Right, good morning. Or good afternoon. I guess it really depends where you are. It's one of those days. Today we're gonna dive right into some more stuff, more mod integration. I gotta remember what I was doing last time. I was looking at the Ender skill stuff. Right. All right. Let's switch over to this view. Yes, very well. Okay. Brah. What do you mean you disconnected? That's crazy. Like, reconnect, please? Like, please? Thank you? Okay. Yeah, not quite sure what that was. But it is working, so... Alright, well... Yes, okay. Are we good? Don't die on me instantly, like... Alright, whatever. So, we got, we back here. Let me just reload this. There you go, okay. Perf. So, as I've been trying to say, I've got to work on this. And to work on that, we get this stuff. Okay, so what were we doing here? And there was a config thing here. I need I need to figure I need to figure out where I was because it's been so long. By long, I mean like it's been a week. Like I guess 2 weeks technically. Hmm. So this extends base ability. Base ability. Wait, I can check this here. What am I doing? I'm getting so messed. This extends skill. And this extends forge registry implementation. So it's a registry thing. Okay, yeah, that's fine. This one's gonna be the skill distribution. Or whatever it is. Skill distribution. How? Oh my gosh, dude, my typing is so rough. Let's see. Probably some here. Yeah, some like this. Oops. Is there any? There might be. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. So this is. Oops. Hello. I need this. I do indent it, right? Like I'm so rusty right now. ID is the names. namespace ID of the ender skill. If the skill belongs to ender skill and not added by some add-on. I don't know if there are add-ons for ender skills, so we ain't even gonna mess with that. We'll call it the skill. If the skill belongs to ender skills and not added by some add-on, the mod ID can be omitted. Alright, that's basically what we got here. I think it's ender skills. Defines a valid damage distribution as described in the damage category configs. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. As described in the damage category configs. Oh my, I'm making a typo every word. Entries in this list will be ignored. All weights must add up to 1. Types not listed here. We'll do force damage. Basically, it's this. I would make the thing do that. Yep. Okay. Yep. I'm with you now. I'm with you, dude. I am with you. Because I don't know, I'm actually going to have this be like this. And then we're gonna have a separate thing for dot damage. I don't know if it's gonna be different. I don't know if it needs to be different, but we're gonna just do that so that we future-proof ourselves to anything. Oh my gosh, please. Please, dude. Distribution. We just gotta warm up. That's all we gotta do. This is modconfig.compat. Please help me, Lord. ender skills category. I'm gonna look at the keyboard so that I know what I'm doing here. Skill dot distribution. There we go. Look at that. Just gotta get a little warmed up in here. And we go here. That's the only reason why I have it here is to quick link to this. Default values, skill dot distribution. Okay, now we're talking. We're just gonna make this like capital DOT. And the format is exactly the same. Skill dot distribution, not here. Differentiated from regular skill distribution. If this. And then everything else here is the same. Now I need to go to here because it's got a developer status stuff. Skill dot distribution. Skill dot distribution. It does exist. Liar, liar. It literally links to it. You're literally a liar. Whatever. How do I do this here? Show spell damage, show spell name info. And you over here, show spell, yeah, okay. And what do you say here? The kind of damage a skill deals. And skill DOT distribution. There we go. So this. Bloop, 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 bloop. Do I need to add anything else here? Yep, I do. So the name, for the register name of us. skill when it is used. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this. If enabled, right. I just need this stuff here. Bada boink. Skill that distribution cannot be resolved or is on a field. I think you're a liar. Hello? Oh, I need to save this. Let me save this. There we go. That explains it. Okay, I was like heckin' confused for a second. All right, now we need ender skills configurations. This is abstract ender skills configurations. I don't think it needs anything else. All right, let's check bubbles here. We got bubbles configurations, an abstract class, just got a configuration thing, and then it's an it in it, and then we annotate it with that. Yep. All right, so we got to annotate this with a DDD loader. What does it need? It needs a mod ID we need for this loader to load. I think we do name first, right? Okay. Well, it maybe not. Mod ID. Wait, can't I just do mod integration? All right, we'll just do mod const dot integration IDs dot ender skills ID. The name ender skills configurations required loaders. DD registries. Is this defined in init? Yeah, it is. so we got DDD API and DDD registries. Oh yeah, and we have configurations, obviously. Now I can just link them like that, which is probably better. So, you know, I like that better. Yeah, I like that so much better. I can see now this will need DDD loader IDs dot registries, right? Yeah, registries. That's what it needs. I just do this for everything. This is gonna need DD registries too. Let's see. That was baubles. Better survival doesn't have any registry thing defined. Neither does craft tweaker. And this needs DDD registries, so DDD loader IDs dot registries. That's ender skill stuff. Fermium booter is not going to have anything there. First aid isn't either. Lycanites will. Quality tools doesn't have anything. Spartan weaponry is just compat. Tech guns is compat. Tetra will have configurations. Yeah, DDD loader IDs dot registries. Thumbcraft will have configurations. And this is different because that's for tinkers and stuff. But if you have tinkers and not construct armory, I mean, it'll still load it all. That's the thing. But it doesn't matter. That's fine. Okay, so this is gonna need its own config kind of thing, like what we had here. Okay, so we just need the configurations for this. And this is gonna be damage distribution, I believe. Yeah, because we're gonna have just this stuff. Configuration, damage distribution. Please, where are you? This one. Skill dot dist. And we do put some Javadoc here. Configuration for skill distributions. Configuration duration for skill damage over time effects. Yeah, okay. All right, and then we just need an initial or public static void. Yep, okay. And then we have to do that. It's probably just a couple base configurations. No. All right, I need to okay. So the Ender skills compact just says these two things. I just need a mod ID for pending configurator. Or is this only numeric? No, it does extend multi-entry configurator. I need a base configuration. I'm pretty sure that's what we did for some of these. This one. Yeah, we just do that. And then what? We just wrap this in a try? What are we trying here? Yeah. ID DDD mod ID per pending configurator. And it's going to be there's no way this is final, right? It is final. Wow. There we go. Now I don't need to worry about that. The multi-entry configurator is going to be... It's just got to be a very simple configurator, right? Damage distribution configurator. No, I need to put a new here. Right. Do we pluralize it? No, I see. Ender skills. The thing, that's what I probably want to do. We'll check. This is... I think that's gonna be mod config dot compat dot ender skills dot skill distributions, and the config itself is going to be skilldist. What are we catching here? Wait, do I even need a catch on this? Yes, I do. Good to know. No such method exception, security exception. There we go. I could almost do this for this too. Except I only have it on one. That's fair. What about for Lycanites? Lycanites is different though. Lycanites different though? Oh, dude, I don't even need to worry about half that shit. The predefined distribution, it's all nicely dealt with. Okay, okay. This is the only thing where having a separate method to wrap these two separate readers is reasonable. Okay. So now we got that. We have the ender skill handlers. It's a skill damage event. I gotta check, how did the Electroblobs do this? How did I do this with Electroblobs? I always just referencing the most recent thing I've done, basically. Abstract developer mode info. What the heck is this? Developer mode info callback? Oh my gosh, I have a whole thing for this? Dude, say less. Okay. Okay. Where do I even put this? I put it in client? That's wild. I might need some client stuff. I don't know. I might be able to actually do some stuff there, so we're going to nevertheless add a client package. And this, we're going to create an enum for it. Because both of these are going to the developer info callback, and the event is going to be a skill damage event. What the heck did I just do here? Add unimplemented methods. All right. So the spellcast info had that. And the name. And then there's the am I okay? There's the name, there's then what I want to report, right? So it's going to be I can definitely put I don't need a supplier for it. It's kind of pointless. This should always fire. The context where this should fire is other checks. This is going to dot compat dot ender skills dot show skill name info. And this is gonna be return mod config dot compat dot ender skills dot show skill type info. Okay, what does the config say specifically? Skill uses direct damage or dot damage, so it should be direct. Hello, what am I doing? Callback fired from the develop mode kernel. So how do we do this? Oh yeah, we register callback. Okay. we need a pre-init. Developer mode kernel dot register callback. The class will be a skill damage event. Wait, do we have a register callbacks? No, we don't. We just gotta do it independently. Okay, whatever. Actually, I can do an stream under skills developer mode callbacks dot values. Look at that, that's beautiful. Okay, so we have this. This should now give us all the information we need, right? So it's like, if I damage something with a skill, it should tell me what the name of the skill is and all that other stuff, which is basically what I was doing for this. And then we just remove for all the UUIDs. What are you doing? Wait, does this event have... Wait. I might have made this way more complicated than it needed to be. Be a map that maps a string to a map of UUID string. I'm gonna put base ability dot damage hit type maps dot new hash map. I'm gonna do the same thing for damage dot type. If the value for the specified key is present and non-null, otherwise, I don't need any of this. Get based off source dot damage type. I can make this optional. And then I'm gonna map it to... Wait, I don't need to, I just need this. And then this is going to be... if present... I'm gonna fire the callbacks for that. We can wrap this in an optional as well, I think. I don't know if I need this now, because I have the handler to do all that for me. We can have the user here. So now we have callbacks for this, which will define everything. Like it'll handle all that for us. We have the ender skills handler, which is going to be what fires the callback, which is going to determine what name everything is and all that. And I don't need that anymore either. There you go, that works. And then let's get these callbacks. Okay, I actually do get registry name.toString, which I wanted to double check. That should actually be fine. Because the other developer modes should show me the amount of damage that's being done and who the attacker and all that other stuff is. That shouldn't be a problem. Okay. So, now that we have all of this, I can actually now start to write down each individual thing. Do I wish to... Yeah, I just have to reference the thing directly, right? As for formatters, The spell has to depend on the type, right? So that's separate. I need something. I guess it's fine to do it like this. And the skill type is dude, my brain just shut down. I didn't know what the heck I was doing. So we're gonna have this. This is going to define this. Ender skills configurations dot guildist for this one. Ender skills configurations dot skill dot dist for this one. This doesn't need to be abstract. The other one I don't need anymore. Where are you? This one. Because you will just be this. Bugger off. Refactor it. Syntax errors in the compilation unit. Where are the syntax errors? Oh, this thing that I don't even need. Okay, don't make it, leave it abstract then, for now. Refactor it, right? Make it, final. I knew this better. For skill type in skill type dot values, if type dot is skill type, return not true. Return the type. Otherwise, we're going to return null here. Here we go. Right. This needs a return type. Hello. Butte. Okay. This doesn't need to be protected anymore. This can be a private enum. We don't need that. We don't need that. Ender skills, skill distribution. Sure. And this we no longer need. Nice typo, buddy. Right, and then I do this. Ah, come on. I'm getting fucking tilted. Oh, but just don't make it abstract. Ah, so my fingers are so rusty. Better. Okay, so now all this is just a way to get the skill type thing that we need. Hello, welcome to stream. How you doing today? And now I need, not too bad, bit tired, but all right. Well, that's not too bad. Honestly, I feel you, right? Like today's just one of those days. Trying to get my fingers back to the rhythm of programming, and I'm making a typo every other word, and it's tilting. But I haven't done this for 2 weeks, so of course my fingers are going to be a little slow on the uptake. What did I need to do? I needed to map this to, right, the skill type. Get the config, which does not need to be private, actually. Maybe package private. Map it to this, and then a follow approach to get, where get default value is returned if and only if configured as false, otherwise returns to configured entry like get string. Yeah, and then how does... Okay, I need getter for elected default. For... F. Wait! I'm a fucking genius. You know what I can do here? Look at this. Fuck, I'm a fucking genius. Type dot get config get or fallback to default. Oh, that's beautiful. I don't need this now. So we can throw you back into there. Look at that. Look at that, dude. Fucking beautiful. So this now handles everything beautifully. It's nice, it's simple, it's clean. And this only matters if you're actually doing a skill damage, which is not obviously going to be all the time. But in the instance that it is, we get the last known skill used, which we know what that is because of this here, which is going to track very briefly what skill is used. I'm going to change this to M. If you don't mind, we're just calling this M. And then we're going to put the ID, the skill, the name, the string, what skill name string. We're going to put this thing. And we fire the callbacks that we've registered for this. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful. What is it? Oh, yeah? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Automod, I tip my hat to you. You're a genius. Automod out here doing God's work. Anyway, that's basically it, right? I now have the whole infrastructure set up. I now just need to set the config, right? Like I did with this, right? Good lord. Okay, so we might be able to, hold on. I might be able to, I might. Let me look at, what did Kusanagi send me? Kusanagi sent me a whole ass list. I don't know if I downloaded the whole ass list. I probably didn't. Good lord. Wait, do I not? I swear I downloaded it. I did! Okay. I no longer need to check the Discord history. Okay, we're good. Everything's fine. I got a thing here. How many lines is this, dude? 100 fucking lines. Good lord. Okay. But this should be useful. Okay, so we are skill ability offense wind. Skill ability offense wind crush. Now crush does damage, likely, of some description. Yup. Damage hit type. It's direct. Libname's crush. The fuck is Libname's crush? Oh, is it just Interskill's crush? Can I just do that though? Oh, whoa, dude. Now all I can what I do here? It'd be great if I could just drop a libnames dot crush here, but that's no, we can't do that. So we're not doing that. I need to crush, and then I'm fine. This is just bludgeoning. So that was crush, right? The default value they suggest for crush is bludgeoning. The default value they suggest for slash is slashing. Wow, no kidding. Now, what kind of one is this? Slash. It does It does direct, so slash is gonna be slashing. No kidding. Okay, so they got that. There are a couple other ones, but I don't know if they do damage. Does pull do damage? I don't feel like pull does damage. I need a control F skill damage. Yeah, that's basically what I gotta do. So pull, no skill damage. Push, no skill damage. Slash has skill damage. Suffocate has no skill damage. Updraft has no skill damage. Dude, that is brilliant. Okay. Because I can verify this as well. So those are the two wind ones. They then go to light. Barrage Wisp does have skill damage. And they propose Radiant, so now what? Barrage Wisps. I suppose it's Barrage Wisps? Yeah? Final Flash? Final Flash does do stuff, yeah, okay. Final Flash is dot type, though. Final Flash is dot type. Final Flash? I presume Final Flash is like that, right? Lib name's Final Flash, okay. Final Flash, yep, okay. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. So that's Final Flash. Next we have Gleam Flash, which I'm gonna suspect is very similar. In that no, it's not. It is direct. Okay, I don't know why. Ugh. Can you not, dude? Oh my god. Whoops, that was definitely the wrong thing. Next, Lumen Wave. Lumen Wave is direct. And Radiant Ray, Solar Lance. What the heck is Glowing Pop? I don't know. Oh, it's in a separate section entirely. So after Lumen Wave, we have Radiant Ray. Radiant Ray is Radiant Ray, no kidding. And I gotta set it to a skill damage event. Okay, so its base ability, damage, hit types. This is direct. Which one was this? Radiant Ray. Oops. There we go. Boom. And it's just gonna be a lot of setting this shit up, dude. And now there's some other one. It's common skill effect. Glowing. And this is dot type. And I presume it's just glowing. It's just glowing. Yep, okay. Thankfully, the work that Kusanagi has done here has made this pretty easy so far. It makes it really easy to tell which is which, just like going through it. And there might be some where it's like, okay, I definitely Because they've at least gone through all the ones, and then I can continue to go through the rest of them, right, as well, just to, like, double check. Because if we go skill, ability, offense, we actually did look at all the wind ones, and they didn't do anything. And then the light ones, oh wait, there's solar lance. I've not done solar lance. Those solar lance, yeah, solar lance. Oh, so I just straight up skipped Scholar Lance. That's what I was gonna call it. So I presume it's Solar Lance. Yeah. And then so that's actually all of the light stuff from offense. So now we're in offense blood. Dude, I love some of these commit messages in this man's repository. I need to share this with you all. I love this. Look at this. Beautiful commit message. This is absolutely informative. What is this? And it just sighs. You can tell this person is just like, oh my god, just please fucking work. I'm so done with this. And to be fair, I get it. You really, you really get to deep dive into the psyche of the creator of a mod by just looking at their commit messages. It's just a study of the human psyche. Anyway, so they have bleeding, and they have bleed. Wait, what the hell's the difference? Effect bleeding, ability offense blood bleed. I'm gonna need all of them. This is for sure. I think actually I'm not sure how this one works. This is bleed, which has the name bleed, like no kidding. Oh, but this one, bleed, the one I'm in right now, doesn't actually do bleed. What does this do then? Oh, it's setting an effect, which I don't know what it is. Okay, that's fine. This is effect bleeding. And this is this. Okay, so this is dot, so we need bleeding here. And then this one was just going to be slash. Alright, so that's that. Blood pool. Blood pool? Dude, what is this blood sorcery that is occurring right now? Ability, offense, blood pool. Oh. How does blood pool do its stuff? It just sets the bleeding effect once again. So I'm going to assume that I don't need to worry about that. Okay, next up is Contaminate. This one does do damage hit type. Okay, Contaminate. It is direct. And these are the configs that Kusanagi suggested with this, and this makes a lot of sense. There's no bleed type, so if you had to take bleeding damage, it would probably be slashing damage. Maybe. Or maybe necrotic. I feel like bleeding would be necrotic if I had to assign a damage type. As opposed to slashing. I'm gonna make it necrotic. This makes sense to me. In my head, this makes sense. Actually, did I gotta check something. I gotta check it in Like Knight's mobs. Because Like Knight's mobs has a bleed dot. I need to know what it counts it as. Or what Tinker's counts its bleed as. If there even is anything to count it as. Where is it? Here it is. Past all this. Abilities and It should be some potion effect. And you would make it completely weird. Damage sources. Core. API. Potion effects. Show me the money for whatever it is. Bleed. Okay, well what the fuck does Smited do? Wait, what the fuck does half this shit do? Potion base, right, sure, well look at this. I'm getting, like, way too distracted on this. Potion effects. On NAD Living update. Weight, fear, instability, plague, smited, bleed. Magic. I'm pretty sure DDD won't classify this, and so it's not going to count as a damage type. Which makes sense. So this does make sense. This sets you on fire. Yeah, whatever. Paralysis, cleanse, fear, insomnia. Okay. Smited sets you on fire, whatever. Plague. Plague doesn't deal damage directly. It just poisons you, which deals damage through poison. Duh. Instability, fear, weight, paralysis. Okay, so it's literally only rage, weight, fear, decay, something, life, blah, blah, blah. What the hell? Where's this? Okay, Control F, life leak. Oh, okay, that's just different. Okay, that's fine. Because maybe I want to assign damage types to these things. Potion. Tinker Potion. You have, are you serious? Bro. Traits. Yeah, show me the traits. Traits. Sharp. Sharp applies bleed. Entity damage source. Bleed. Interesting. And it does this deal damage thing. Yeah, alright, so as for that, I should probably add this. This is probably kind of important. And what does this say? We'll just copy this. And then in Tinkers, I've gone on a side quest, and I probably shouldn't, but superclass is going to be DDD abstract predefined distribution. How does Thumbcraft do this? Thumbcraft has 2 predefined distributions. Yeah, but those are right. Okay. All right. So you need a constructor, and you need unimplemented methods. I need string matches. Yeah. Okay. Return entry dot matches. Oh, negative entry tuple subregex. I need dist regex. Dist regex, yeah. And then I parse it, right? So. And what are we config parsing exception? So parsing the entry is going to be configurator utilities dot parse map. Come from this. We're going to parse the entry. The key parser is going to be configurator utilities parse damage type. The value parser is going to be float parse float. And the default value. Oh wait, yeah, for everything that's not on the map, it's going to be boop, 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 boop. This is going to get me a on the map. So, dot this dot dist equals new damage distribution. What is this typo? Where is this called? It's called an init. That's a lovely typo. And where is update called? Hello, where is update called? I'd like to know. On config change. Right, there's a whole thing for it. Okay. Set to true for DDD to use a distribution for the bleed potion effect, usually caused by the sharp trait. Right? Because if assume for a moment that it's not set, right? Then in the damage calculation, right? The combat calculation starts on attack, which is, you know, where it's going to be taking damage from or whatever. And it's going to get the combat tracker and it's going to try to handle the attack stage, right? So we go to the attack stage. And it's going to update the context and the damage. And to do that, if the calculations is empty, it's going to set a new context. So it's going to push a new damage calculation. It's going to create a damage calculation by trying to determine the combat context. A combat context is going to do all of this. Determining the valid armor slots is not going to really do much, right? It's going to... It's basically going to just do all that, right? Like, that's fine. And it does that. And then it returns the damage calculation, right? Over here. And it gets the context. And then it's going to do this.get incoming damage, where it will attempt to classify the damage, where we're going to attempt to classify the damage. So we're going to use our damage classifier, and our damage classifier is going to do this, right? So we're going to get to this, nothing strange is going to be going on. We're going to get the damage distribution off of this, but nothing's going to match the context, right? So then it's going to try and see, okay, are you a projectile? It's not. The source is null. Well, I mean, it might be. And then it gets the distribution for the living entity if it was caused by it. But if there is no source, right? It'll just return empty. And it will return an empty damage map. If there is no source. And then it's just going to set that to null. And then in the combat tracker, we're going to be returning null here. Well, it's gonna wrap it in. It's gonna wrap it in an optional. Right, so it's returning an empty optional. And so then it skips this. And then it skips this because it's gonna be empty. And then skip this is gonna be empty. So it's gonna skip everything. So it actually does make sense to actually assign something to this. That's all I needed to know. DDD doesn't use this distribution. This damage will not be classified, and will either use the distribution of the weapon that caused the effect, if the damage has a source, has a attacker. If there is one. If there is one. Otherwise, it won't have DDD's calculations applied to it. There we go. The side quest can continue. Yeah, so this is what we want. We want this here. Configurator. So this doesn't need any of this. Dot compat dot tinkers dot bleed dist, I think is what it is. Where are the readers? This stuck in name. Oh, it's just the same reader. Okay, yeah, we can just do tick bleed then. That's fine. There we go. How did the explosion thing do it? Oh, because it was static here. And the explosion thing does that. How do you... Hold on. Some of this might be unnecessarily stupid. Hold up. What is going on here? Not here. The implementation of it. The distributions. Okay, it does the whole thing there then. I think I need to add this. Can I get a type hierarchy for this? I just want to make sure I'm not going completely crazy. This one's always enabled because there's no config for that. I can filter. I can filter the enabled ones here. I think this makes a lot of sense. Yeah, no worries. I filter the enabled ones. That way, if it's enabled, then it's part of the check. But if it's not enabled, it's not part of this whole thing. Then the abstract single type dist no longer needs to check if it's enabled. Like these things no longer need to check themselves to see if they're enabled, because that's kind of dumb. Because this should be independent of, like, it shouldn't return nothing if it's not enabled. If it's enabled, or like if it's not enabled, it should still return the types for the context. It's just, if it's not enabled, it's not used. Because this here would still be done. For get types and get damage distribution, because I didn't have an enabled check here. So whenever this would be hit, it would do all of this. Right? And so it's much better to just do it beforehand. The explosion dist, we no longer need this. We just need to know if it's an explosion. And like, I didn't even do it there. So it's just massive inconsistencies all over the place. It's crazy. And updating it, I guess updating it, we can check to see if it's enabled, because if it's not enabled, oh wait, but here's the thing. Let's say I disable the explosion damage, and then while it's disabled, I change it. Well, at that point, it's disabled, right? So it doesn't even matter. So if you have it off, it won't read it. If you have it on, it will read it. And anytime the config changes, it will read it. Welcome back. Should I do a last entry and then only read if it doesn't matter, dude. It's a single string. No one gives a shit, dude. It's fine. It's fine. This is fine. It's absolutely fine. Instant effects. It does have an enabled thing here, right? And so I think that's dumb. I don't think it needs that. I guess I can make it static, since it's no longer needed. So now, again, it only matters if it's enabled. Right? I think this is better. What did I just do? I broke everything. Awesome. So now if it'll classify it, but it doesn't need to check to see if it's enabled. Right? And so in that context, everything's fine. Yep. The ender skills distribution, it doesn't have an enable. I'm not using the enabled check anywhere because I don't need to. It's always enabled. It always will be used to check things, so long as, thing is installed. Minion distribution, yep, okay, that one's always enabled, so that's fine. The focus distribution, that's always enabled, so that's fine. The bleed distribution should only be done if that. The wizardry sign distribution is always, and the spell distribution is always. So, there we go. That should make life a little bit better. More better. And simpler, because now the distribution registry is what's checking to see if stuff is enabled. And it filters out the stuff that is enabled and creates an iterator on that instead of an iterator on everything. So that if you have distributions turned off, they won't contribute to this at all. Very reasonable to me. Very, very, very good. Very good. I like that very well. Okay, so now this bleed distribution needs to be Don't I have a smited distribution? Oh, it's an abstract single type dist. Right. Which checks if that is done, because it's the whole thing. Yeah. Checking the bleed is going to be, for Lycanites, is going to be a little tricky, but I might be able to do it. Again, I've gone on an unnecessary side quest, but that's just life right now. The explosion distribution on get types. How is it unnecessary? Because I've gone. This is like a. I haven't had anyone complain about this being a problem or anything in any capacity. Everyone's been fine with it, right? And now I'm going unnecessary side quest to add distributions for these bleeding potion effects instead of finishing ender skills. Right, and this has to get the types if the context is valid. I'm saying it might be unnecessary. It might be slightly unnecessary. We might be going. It's definitely a side quest. That's for sure. If modconfig.compat.tinkers.use bleed distribution, then then read. Otherwise, don't do that. And the explosion distribution. Where are my DDD registries? Here we are. I guess my configurations is what I'm looking for. Do you register this here? Damage distribution, boop, 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 boop. Why is it, wait, what the hell's going on here? I feel like... Wait, I can check when this is called. Where is this called? On init. Oh, literally just here. It's just done on its own. Okay, whatever, that's... If that's how you want to be, Explosion Dist, that is how you can be. That is fine for me. Then we can just do that. This is in the wrong thing. DDD registries is where it's created. That's fine. We don't need to worry about that. Except we do need to do that. We need it here. Like that. Okay, if you're bleeding, then the damage source will, source dot damage type, it will equal bleed. And the target dot is potion active trait sharp dot right? This is what I need, because dot apply, which I presume is something specific in the Tinker Potion, where you apply, it just adds potion effect, yeah, okay. So if the sharp trait dot potion is active, then you're bleeding. If is bleeding. Well, okay, if we're not bleeding, we will return collections dot empty set. Otherwise, we will return. Wait, That is exactly how the explosion dist works, right? It's like, oh, if you're boom, then this, otherwise that. That is literally how we're doing it. And I believe that's how the smited one is working too, right? Where the heck is the smited one? It's in here. Smited. Oh, well, this is a single type dist, Right, so it's different. I guess, yeah, sure, you can make this a more involved thing, I guess. Right, I no longer need, I don't need these checks that I literally just added. Unnecessary. But yeah, it works basically the same way. Okay. Return is bleeding. Dist, otherwise, how you do? Optional dot of versus optional dot empty. Okay. Of dist, otherwise optional dot empty. Yeah, tick configurations, we need to, in queue, tick bleed distribution dot get configurator. Gotta add that. Okay, and then the tick integration needs to, I guess it's Tinker's integration. When does Lycanites register it? I think it registers it on init. I don't know if it matters. We're gonna check. I'd like for it to be at least vaguely consistent. You define it in init. No, yes, you define it in init. Do specific init. Register. Register the bleeding distribution. Okay, so now the bleeding distribution is registered and the config is also registered. So now it should be able to do that. Right, we got all that shit done. Okay, cool. Side quest complete. Well, that side quest complete. We still have the Lycanites side quest to complete. The Lycanites side quest being in here. Enable/disable the bleed distribution. Entities that take damage from the bleed potion effect will taking damage from the bleed potion effect will use the bleed distribution. Otherwise, will it be unclassified? It does it as magic. Do you think that'd end up getting counted as force damage? Probably not. Let's check our built-in force. Our built-in force is checking if it is magic damage. But it also has to classify the force as well. I believe that is what would happen. What am I doing? The bleed distribution. A list of comma separated tools. This thing. Bruh. I don't need final on any of these things. I just realized. Get rid of it. Control F. Final. Space. Replace with nothing. Boom, 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 boom. If I can't keep it consistent, like if I could keep it consistent, fine, but clearly I can't, so we're not even gonna bother. just take this, put this here, and then change this to bleed distribution. Dot bleed dist. I have to make this Lycanite's bleed dist. I think it's bleed dist. We're gonna assume that it is. And we're not gonna worry about it. Bleed dist. It is bleed dist. Look at that. Awesome. String. Hello. Please get this right. Lycanite's bleed dist. So now that we got that, we have that config defined. Now what we need to do, I don't need electroblobs open. I still need underskills open. I still need Lycanites open. I don't need Thumbcraft open. I don't need Tinkers open. Okay. Oh wait, no, that's distributors. Dists. Lycanite's predefined distribution. All right, I'm gonna need to make a new one for this. Lycanite's predefined distribution. Yeah, let's do that. Is applicable, load mod specific data. Do we have any mod specific data to load? If it's applicable, then we get the damage distribution. Okay. We add a constructor. This is going to have all this stuff. Key, which I presume is just, yeah, that's just passed on through there. We just call it Lycanite's bleed. The config, it needs .compat .lycanites enable bleed dist. The config entry is going to be, I think that's supplier 2. I don't think it is, actually. It is a supplier. Supplier, supplier, supplier. Okay. Now, if this were to parse the map, can it parse list as a string of tuples? Yeah, okay, it can return an empty list for that. That's good. So this is gonna be mod config dot compat dot likenide dot bleed distribution, and this one is gonna be that. Boom. Okay. Now I need to. I don't believe I have any mod specific data to load. I think all I need now is to determine if it's applicable. So that is going to mean I might have mod specific data to load. The potion. This is an optional that I stored. I don't know why I stored it as an optional. Whatever. Equals object. Do I want it in? Okay, how did the fire stuff do it? How did you do? How you do it? What's your mod specific data shit that you load? This stuff fire. Where's that? It's just that. I guess it's just this. Effects dot. What the hell did you do? Object manager to get effect. Wait, what the hell? Get effect. I believe it's under bleed. Do I cast it? No. Right, I just need optional dot of nullable on that. I don't need that. The predefined distribution. Yeah, I don't know why I was doing that. Are you gonna do the same thing? No, you're smart. Oh my god. I was a genius here, but not over there. Okay, sure. Now if it's not magic damage, we're gonna return false. All right. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this dot bleed effect dot map potion. Basically what I did here. Target is potion active. Right. Is potion active. No, filter. Oh wait, no, this is a potion. Yeah, because this thing is taking, yeah, Singing Potion, which I don't think I need, but... Alright, so where was the thing? Where is the thing? Where is the thing? Where is the thing? I think it's potion base. Nope. It is under... I just had it. Potion effects. Bleed. Okay, here we are. Okay, so they need to not be riding. They need to have the potion active. The total world time needs to be modulo 20. They need to not be... Is total world time... It is a long... It's so weird. Whatever. We're basically going to check for the same conditions. Return target dot get entity world dot get total world time modulo 20L has to equal 0, and I believe that has to be specified as a long as well. And this is really dumb. Don't do that like that. If I already have, I'm already gonna have multiple checks. Don't bother with that. Just do this. Return, I believe it wants to check if the potion is active first. Yeah. It wants to check if the potion is active first. Is potion active? And map it to target get active potion effect. And then filter on the amplifier. At this point, if they potion effect is active, I can get the active potion effect. Oh wait, I need effect. Effect. Oh no, this is not going to have the amount, right? No, it's not. I need to specifically check if source equals damage source dot magic. Sorry, if it doesn't equal. Then actually we are going to stick with the filter. I apparently can't make up my mind. Target dot is potion active. And if that's like that, and if what else? They need to not be writing. That's right. Not target dot is writing. Actually, I don't know if there's a not there. They need to not be invulnerable. Where is that defined? Invulnerable is false. Which is just if they're creative or spectator. In which case, it doesn't matter, they ain't gonna be taking damage anyway. So I don't need to check for this. I need to know if the potion is active, the world time is that, the writing and previous distance walked modified is not current distance walked modified. So, if the potion is active, we have that, and we're not writing. and we've moved, and we do that. I'm gonna override priority and return -1 here so that it's checked last. Actually, I might even return -2 so that it's checked last, like very last. That way, if for whatever reason there is a potential context where you could be taking damage that would not be this, it's not going to count as this unless, everything else returns nothing. And now I believe I do need a configurator for it. Oh, it creates it for me. And new Lycanite bleed distribution. There we go. So we got that. If it's applicable, we get the damage distribution, or like that, and then this. Readers. I'm gonna change this to LPD instead of LFD, because LFD is only for fire and fluid, but now it could be the bleed thing. Oh wait, I knew I forgot something. Um, I need to add a config change listener for this and do update. Now the explosion distribution, sorry, no, not for the explosion distribution. I think it's gonna be under Thumbcraft, probably. If I can find it. Event.getModID.equals mod constant mod ID. That's fair. There we go. Okay. We're good. We got bleed stuff. Our side quest complete. A very unnecessary side quest, but a side quest that I needed to check all the same. Thank you for your yeeps. Big hydrate check for everyone. Make sure you stay hydrated. Yeah. Need the H2O to fuel the endeavors. Okay, so oh damn, I'm not sure what the weather's like for you, but here it's getting torrential. It was torrential yesterday. Yesterday was well, actually, it was really weird. Yesterday, I'm eating breakfast, and it goes from 0 to 100 in less than 10 seconds. And then 5 minutes later, it just stops. It's like the world just needed to go to the bathroom and it just decided to piss all over. And then it was done. And then life moved on. And I was like, okay, that's weird. And sometimes the weather just likes to check to see if you're paying attention. Well, I certainly was. I was, in fact, paying attention. Don't need these configurations or this. I'm like trying to clean up everything. I have like so much shit open. Okay. Let's build this. Let us build this. I haven't even you know I'm rusty because I haven't opened CurseForge or any of that. That is gonna be my undoing. Am I on 1.8 or am I on 1.9? Oh my gosh, dude, I don't even know what version of DDD I'm supposed to be. Did I already bump the version number? No. Okay. We need to be 1.9. Okay, I get you. This is not where I need to be, but I don't need these open anyway. So, of course, this is currently building right now. Oh, wait. I did set to 1.9. I'm so smart. We're just waiting forever for CurseForge, if it even will. If it even will. I don't know if it will. Anyway, Oh, I need the default values. Did I close default values? I did. Balls. Right, because we need this. We need this. Alright, it finished building. Hooray. We gotta wait a while for the thing. Anyway, like I said, back to this. Back to this. Siphon is the next one here, which doesn't use anything, but I'm pretty sure it probably just applies. That's fascinating. Health before damage. You get the health, you... Okay, so what it looks like for the siphon effect is that siphon is different. Siphon is different. It still uses a skill damage source. It's a direct, but it doesn't fire an event, which means I don't know if it, like, DDD, like, this infrastructure won't work for it. That's so dumb. And so my option is... This will now return an empty string, which means those distributions won't actually classify it because... Lovely, right? I love it too. However, I can still check. Hmm. All I know is that I have the skill damage source. What does the skill damage source contain? It's an entity damage source, which has got fuck all. Okay. So we got Siphon. This is ability offense blood. Okay, so here's the weird part. It doesn't fire a skill damage event, but it still uses a skill damage source. That's dumb as fuck. So here's my plan. If no other skills are like this, then I can listen for a skill damage source, and if there's no skill damage event fired, then I know it's Siphon. But if there's multiple skills like this, we might need mix-ins to finish the rest of them. Which is dumb, so I really hope that's not the case. Unless it, like, is applying a lifesteal or something? Okay, that's just a separate thing. What about sacrifice? What is sacrifice doing here? I don't know what sacrifice does, but it doesn't have a... Well, it does listen to a skill damage event, but doesn't have a skill damage event. So, okay, that's all for that then. Okay, so now for fire, there's a couple here. Skill effect burning, ability offense fire, fire spirit. Okay, doesn't fire spirit sounds like it's summoning something, but maybe it doesn't. What does this do? Oh, it sets burning. Oh, okay, so I just need burning. Burning is die. It's probably like when you hit, you start burning. No kidding. Wow, I would have no idea. Ability. Sorry, not ability. It's effect. Burning. Damage dot type. It does fire a skill damage event, and it uses burning, and it's dot type. So, where are we at? Here we are. Fire. Okay, so that's burning. Fire spirit is, yeah, like when you're hit, so whatever. And then there's explode. Ability, offense, fire, explode. I don't need to worry about this, because although it is a skill damage source, it is set to explosion. So it will count as explosion damage. Actually, this begs a wonderful question. If burning is going to count as fire damage. It does. It counts as fire damage. I don't need this. Because since it's set to fire damage, it'll fall into the fire damage category. Flaming Breath, Flaming Rain, and Focus Flame probably will all set. Well, they will either be burning, which will then count as fire damage anyway, or it will, whatever it is, will count as fire anyway, so we're fine. Fire. So we've got Fireball. It's set to explosion. Okay, that's fine. It's set to explosion, and then it sets burning, so that's fine. Flaming Breath. Flaming Breath doesn't use this. And it just sets you on fire. So that's probably fine. Don't need to worry about that. Flaming Rain is probably fire. Impact. It just sets you to burning. It just sets you to burning. So that's fine. And Focus Flame. Focus flame. It just sets you to being burning. But it does do some explosion stuff. Which means it will count as explosion, and then it will set you on fire once again. So I don't need to worry about any of that stuff. So now we have to go to Void, or I guess Ender, I suppose, is what it is. So there is Voided and all this other stuff. Okay, it does have Black Hole. How does Black Hole do damage? It counts as an explosion. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so I don't need to worry about Black Hole. I do need the Voided effect, though. Because the Voided is a dot. Which is under effect voided. Yep, it's a dot, 100%, and it's just avoided. So we're just gonna put this voided. I will have this be force. Goosenagi suggested psychic. Force makes a lot more sense. Gas cloud, shadow, shadow jab, gloom, grasp. I guess I could make it half force, half psychic. Yeah, I'll accept that. That seems reasonable. Effect, no, sorry, not effect. We're under ability, offense, ender. Gas cloud, are you doing anything in particular? It's gonna apply voided, and it's gonna slow them. Yeah, okay, so I don't need to worry about that. Shadow. What is this? All right, shadow is going to be different. Wait, this needs to be... Okay. I'm okay. There we go. So now I need something for this. I need another distribution. And this just extends abstract single type dist. Or sorry, that's for that. I just need another predefined distribution. This is going to extend DDD abstract predefined distribution. There might be a couple other things that will count as something like this, where I want a separate predefined distribution, or I need a separate predefined distribution. So I wonder if I should have a parent class for all of those. But they won't really have anything in common. That's a problem. Yeah, I need something like this. It's very similar to what we had with the Lycanites predefined distribution, where we defined our own config reader. However, each thing had its own config readers, so I might want this to not be static. Did I make it private? I did make it private, and I ignored the synthetic accessor. Right, okay. We need this one. I need a security exception. And we print stack trace, and then we throw new runtime exception. We wrap that basically. And then we need ender skills predefined distribution dot dist equals new damage distribution config reader utilities dot parse map. We're gonna pass in this. We're gonna the string is gonna be the entry. The k parser is gonna be configurator utilities parse damage type. This is gonna be float parse float, and then the default value is gonna be this. What do you mean? Oh, config. Wait, is that what it's supposed to be? Oh, look at that. This is something else. And we add the suppress warnings there, and then we have this. We pass name here. Ender skills predefined distribution. Okay, I guess we're not allowed to do that. I just make this like a mutable list. right? Immutable set, probably a better idea. Immutable set dot of nothing right now. I don't care. I might as well try to compact as much of the functionality together into this as possible. Otherwise, collections dot empty set. Okay. So that's that. All right, so that updates it. I need to add something here now. Just before I forget. Changed events. Event get mod ID dot equal. Oh, that's not how you spell that word. Equals. I spelled it EQA, and then I don't know. I just don't know where it went from there, but it definitely was not going the right way. That's for sure. Do you have your readers separately? Oh, you have these. Yeah, I need public statics for that. Stream it, map it. No, collectors. Collect doors. Collect doors. Don't collect doors. Also, these can be final. I don't need them to be overridden. I don't think it matters, but whatever. Oh, wait, is this... Okay, this has to be Ender Skills predefined distribution. Fine. But you are... Or maybe I just need to import. You suck balls. I don't care. Where even is this? Oh, it got eeples. It did get eeples. So now that I have this, this can instead just extend whatever it is. Ender skills predefined distributions. Change this to Ender skills. Right? And now this is it's gonna need a couple of other things. But fundamentally, now it doesn't need any of this. It's gonna need the config supplier, which is gonna go to modconfig.compat.enderskills. I don't have a thing set up for it, but I do know this one. This is gonna be default values dot shadow distribution. That's gonna be the default. Now I gotta go create the other thing in here. Nope. And then this shadow dist. What do you mean? Move argument to match. Oh wait, I don't need the source because the source is always built in for this. Duh. Okay. Now, is the thorny distribution? Oh, this is just an abstract signal type dist, so I can leave this as is because it's yeah, no one cares. And for this, we're going to return I just need to check that it's an entity damage source and that it's set to shadow. Eepies. Dot is active. Is active from. Wait, no, I don't. Yes, I do. Okay. Source dot get true source mod abilities dot shadow. We gotta make sure that the shadow is active. If for some reason there's something else that has a damage type string of shadow, just in case, we're gonna add this additional check and make sure that it's that. All right, beautiful. We love it. I love it. Awesome. Cool. Fucking beans. There we go. And now for the Ender Skills configuration. Get instance.enqueue all Ender Skills predefined distribution dot get readers. There you go. We enqueue that separately. And then in the Ender Skills integration, I need to register them all. Register. Oh, I can't do that like that then. I need to Ender Skills predefined distributions dot get this dot for each DDD registries dot distributions register. There we go. I don't know why I'm doing it here. I can do it here. It's fine. Okay, that's Shadow, because Shadow does its whole thing differently. That was Shadow. Shadow Jab, what is this? Okay. Apply initial damage. And then it adds the effect. Okay, I don't know what it's doing, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Go to the defaults. It is direct, so this is going to be Shadow Jab, which is different from the Shadow itself. Yeah, which is just this. Wait, this is not right. Okay, that's Shadow Jab. There's Gloom, and then there's Grasp, and then there's still a bunch more. Gloomy. Hello. Hello, Gloomy. What you got for me? Yeah, you set the voided thing, which is what's causing that damage over time. And then you have a direct damage on hit, which is that, so you're gonna be here. Okay, that's Gloom. I knew that Gloom would be simple. Grasp. What the heck is Grasp? I don't think I need to worry about Grasp. Okay. There's one more offense. Allegedly. Allegedly. Despite the fact that there's a thing for Zap here, which I guess creates an electrified thing, but it also attacks an entity from a lightning bolt. So I suppose, in that sense, it also doesn't matter. And there is... Oh wait, I already did wind. Okay, so then there's one more, and it's Black Flame. On fire. Skill effect Black Flame. Oh, I suppose all of these just do this. There's this weird effect, and apparently this effect is jank. I love jank effects. The jank effect that we've got here is that there's dot damage, and then there's out of world damage. So part of it is dot. The rest of it is as if you were falling in the void. Now, I have a very particular design philosophy here, and that is you do not touch void damage. Well, I do not touch void damage. If pack makers want to classify void damage as X, Y, Z, or whatever, go nuts. I am not. How does that work? I can show you. Take a peep at this. So this is the Black Flame effect, which is, it's sort of like a potion effect. I think. It's kind of like a potion effect, but it doesn't really use Minecraft's potion effect kind of system. From my understanding. And what it does is it'll damage you, right? But it counts as out-of-world damage. And then it does the same thing, but it's different. So it deals true damage, and then it deals damage. And so when it's dealing damage, it's just magic damage or whatever. And the source is just going to be the owner, right? And then when it's dealing true damage, it counts as out-of-world damage. As if the void is damaging you. Now, my philosophy with DDD is I do not touch void damage. Because if for some reason I allow void damage to be touched, there is the risk of default configurations allowing a player to somehow have immunity to the damage caused by falling in the void and thus fall forever. And if they were in survival mode, they would just be softlocked. If they somehow got sent into the void and somehow had an immunity by some default configuration of DDD, they would be softlocked. Because they wouldn't be able to die, because they would take no damage. So I don't touch void damage for that reason, to prevent potential softlocks. Well, yeah, the void is supposed to be this out of bounds kind of damage. Now, it is its own valid damage source, and so you can do that, right? You can inflict damage as if it came from falling into the void. But I'm not going to touch it. So basically what's going to happen is this half of the damage that's going to deal damage is going to be whatever type, right? Like, whatever. Whatever I choose Black Flame to be. And then this part is just going to be true damage, quote unquote, true damage, because it's not going to be classified. DDD doesn't prevent you from classifying void damage as anything, but without you going in and doing your own thing, it does not go out of its way to classify void damage. You have to make it classify void damage. Now, you could say, oh, maybe you could have a bit of a check to say, like, if you're, like, minus 200 blocks down, you lose all immunities and you just die. So that the void damage can kill you. And to that I say, that's not my problem at that point. I ain't touching that, alright? That's not my responsibility. Also, there's this. Okay, so we have... Okay. We have deal damage. Right? Then we have deal true damage. We have deal damage again without an int. And this one's different. And then we have deal true damage again without an int again. And this one is still out of world. And then there's deal true damage, and I think the mod author just died. And the difference between this and this is nothing. These are the same. Oh no, this is not. There's this. Why are there 5 different methods for dealing damage? And why is one of them like a manic episode? And the manic episode is actually used. Good lord. Okay, so this one is not out of world, but this is out of world, this is out of world. So this is out of world, this is out of world, this is not out of world, this is out of world, this is out of world. This is the only one that doesn't count as out of world damage. Why? Hello? Okay. What we're gonna do is we're going to just set Black Flame, this part, and we're gonna set it to a mixture of fire and... Oh, I think this might be code equivalent to Beware Ye. Please add tally count if you defeated by mad code, perchance. It deals part of magic damage and a part of true damage. So if possible, add fire DDD damage type to the magic. Okay, they want it to count as fire. Well, I mean, I don't. They can configure it. And for context, this is always dot type. No, it's not. What the fuck? Damage dot type, out of world. Damage dot type, out of world. Damage hit type, not out of world. Damage hit type, out of world. Manic break, damage hit type, out of world. But this... This is dot type. And then the true damage is still dot type. Is there any difference between these two things? Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. The only difference is this part here. But it still counts as out of world damage? But this is different. And it's damage hit type. Where is this used? Okay, yeah, okay. Again, not touching this out of world stuff. Because this source isn't even fucking used. They have a damage source here. It's used for the skill damage event. And then it's counted as out of world. Which means I can't reference it later. Because they're not using the same damage source. This is basically... There is no way to differentiate this from just falling in the void normally. Because it's basically what it is. So I ain't touching it. I will add the damage hit type. And that's it. I don't need to add anything else. Because the rest of it is out of world damage. And that's just life, bro. Okay. Okay. We know now. It's here. For some reason, it's here. Black flame. We can make it like half fire, and then you can make it like half something else. What do I want for black flame, which seems like very evil fire? Necrotic fire seems decent. A psychic fire, I like necrotic fire. Basically similar to the Doomfire from Lycanite's mob, which is also evil fire. So, very good. Very good. And that looks to be D's. So that's all the offense skills. There's still mobility skills, of which there only appears to be wind, and then there's defense skills. Like, there's not much left, but then there's some more effects and things that I should probably look into. I don't know if this text document here is complete, like comprehensive. I'm gonna note that I should continue from here in this. Okay. All right. So that's that. I haven't tested anything. I guess I might do that a bit throughout the week. Maybe not, but next week we'll test their side quest. We'll test some of these because like CurseForge just did not get its shit together for the longest time. And it's like I've nearly been 5 hours, so I'm gonna just stop here. This seemed like a good place to stop. That was an interesting manic break that I saw. It's definitely fascinating. So I'm going to wrap it here. We have a lot more of this to do. And then, of course, we have a lot of wiki article writing to do, which is just going to be a pretty chill time. We just kind of vibe. All right. That seems good for me. We did make some pretty good progress. And yeah. I will, I'm gonna peace out now. So, tomorrow we got more, more Minecraft. And, yeah, so this is pretty good. This is pretty good. I'm on the 1.9 branch, right? Yeah, I might throw these commits to the 1.9 branch and then just keep going. All right.